Okay. I think we're good. We're live too, right? I hit the button. Yeah, I think I hit the button. You know, I have had the moment where I thought I was live and then talked to an empty camera for half an hour. People are in chat going, "You think Chris is okay?" Like, well, Chris is talking to himself in a room. Okay, so the Skein doc site is up now. I've sent out a link to some people and stuff. Halo, how's it going? Um, hey Xavier, all good today? Nice. I assume you mean of the stream. Um, so we got a decent amount of documentation here. It is not complete. There's a section that I want to add here called use cases. One of the reasons I didn't fill that out already is because I had some requests for some stuff that like Blenvy does, or people think Blenvy does. And I wanted to make sure that I had some like content for that before I filled out that section. But the site overall, I'm feeling pretty good about. We've got a couple of like quick start things here, cargo generate, whatnot. Some more like deep in like getting started stuff, how to install the add-on. I want to change. Well, currently you have to download the zip file from GitHub, which this link should work. Yeah, so this link works. You have to download this zip file and then install it. I don't love that install process, so it's fine for now. But I do want to get it into like the extensions. I think I can just go to. I want to get it into this at some point. I need to make one or two changes for that to happen. But most of the way is fine. It's pretty good. I think putting it here means that it shows up in the extensions tab inside of Blender. So in this image, for example, it's like add-ons, and this is like zip files I've dragged in. And then there's get extensions, and I would like it to show up in get extensions. Hey Rom, how's it going? Fetching the registry, inserting components, those are all useful things. A Blender add-on, sort of like an explanation. I feel like people aren't going to know what this does without a bunch of additional context. So I want to have this section. Like some of these won't matter to people. Like not everybody cares what information the Bevy remote protocol is giving. Maybe this moves to like the development area. But it helps to know like how the stuff behaves and how it communicates. So I'm like 50-50 on, like there's not enough information about the Bevy remote protocol for it to have like 2 pages, to have like one in Blender add-on and one in like development or whatever. It's basically like, hey, you need to run this operator. It gives us this data, and then we build, like we store that data in the blend file. Drivers are something that is important to cover because I feel like one of the reasons I did a completely separate site for the documentation is that I feel like most people right now that use Bevy do not also know Blender. Like if you call some random percentage of it, but like Bevy currently attracts very programmer centric people as opposed to artists. Right? So there are more people in the Bevy community right now that know how to write code to spawn a cube than know how to scale the default Blender cube on the x-axis relative to the way that it's rotated. That's a base assumption that I'm working with. Hello, it stores the models as glTF. So the TLDR, do I have a Blender instance open? No, I don't. So the TLDR is, I don't think I have actually a game running either. Let's bring down the interface a little bit. 2.4 is what I take my screenshots at, and 1.4 is zoomed in for stream, which is hilarious. And then like 1 is what I work at when I like am doing my own stuff. Let's see, do I have a random Bevy app that I can just run here? Something's got to be here, right? Yeah, here. Bevy 15 game. We're gonna run the game that we work on stream. So game is running. You fetch the registry stuff. You can insert whatever you want. So in this case, I'll just like, a sensor is kind of like my favorite thing to just randomly insert. It's a third-party plugin. It's a marker component, which makes it easy. And then it's just on this cube, right? So you can choose how to export any of this data, right? The only thing that Skein supports is the glTF export. That doesn't mean that we couldn't try to look at other export formats in the future. I don't know if there's any extensions for like Grease Pencil as SVG. And then I don't know how the SVG would get itself into Bevy and also with that information. So you basically you export glTF. Once you export glTF, let me see if I can I find a random directory that I haven't already used the name for? Let's say stream explanation.gltf. So I've chosen to do glTF separate, which is a glTF bin and textures. So that's the textures outside of the GLB file. There's a .bin, which contains like all the vertice data for that cube. And then the glTF includes any other like JSON compatible data like materials, PBR information, the component data, as we'll see in a second. GLB is a self-contained file for all of that information. So I'm going to choose glTF because I want to explain what's going on here. We'll hit export. It exports. And then I have run my little guy off the platforms, but that's fine. So let me grab that. This is the folder. So this is the directory that we just exported into, right? Stream explanation.gltf is the file that includes stream explanation.bin, which we can't really look at. It's binary data. There's no textures, so we didn't see any textures export. But here's a glTF file. This is what we just exported. This is what you would import into Bevy to spawn it. Typically what happens is when you import a glTF, there's a number of scenes in that glTF. If we look at Blender, you'll see up here, there's a scene here. We can create more scenes, right? I can create scene 1 and then go back to scene. And now I have 2 scenes in this Blender file. This is where that would show up. It would be 2 scenes in this scenes array, so on and so forth. These are the things you usually spawn. Typically, you bring the GLB or glTF into Bevy, and when you do commands.spawn, you do a commands.spawn with like this specified. You pick scene 0 or scene 1 or whatever you want to pick. When you do that, all of the nodes and materials and other things have this reflected component data on it. So this is what we did when we exported. And you can see that it's on the cube, and the mesh is mesh 0. Mesh 0 is like, I don't know, down here somewhere, probably in the buffer. And so on and so forth, right? So basically the data, yes, is stored in glTF. This is the normal interaction pattern you would have with a glTF file. You would basically spawn in one of these scenes. When like a scene is an interesting concept as well, because a scene doesn't mean like a level, right? That's, I feel like, what most people would think of it, like a scene. A scene is just a collection of a hierarchy. So like it can be a level, right? This is a full level or whatever. Or it could be, you know, like maybe I wanted to be able to programmatically spawn, I forget what the name of this monkey is, Suzanne. Maybe I want to programmatically spawn Suzanne on its own. So if we do an export here, and maybe I put like, I don't know, maybe this needs like a rigid body. And it's like static. We're just going to spawn it somewhere and it's just going to live there, right? So we export this to glTF again. I think we have all of our settings correct. And we go check out what's going on here. Now we have two scenes, right? Where scene 001, which we could have renamed, has node 1 in it. And node 1 is Suzanne with 2 components on it. So if I wanted to spawn Suzanne programmatically somewhere in my Bevy app, I can just go into this. I can say, okay, I'm going to spawn scene 1 that contains the stuff that I want to spawn, and you get Suzanne and anything else that's in here. That's typically the way that it would work. You can also do things like, hey, I want Suzanne to be like in a separate file. So if I go to the scene, and I remember how to do this. Say we had multiple Suzannes, right? We got collection 1, and then maybe I have another collection here, and this collection is going to have like, if I can hit the right hotkey, this collection is going to have like, I don't know, we're gonna have a twisted torus. Twisted toruses are cool. So we've got this like library scene setup-ish kind of thing, right? Like maybe we rename this to like library. Maybe this is just like a bunch of stuff. And we don't really plan on using these anywhere. We just want to programmatically spawn them inside of our game or something. You can put them in the other scene as instances and whatnot, but it's not what I'm talking about at the moment. So I'm going to insert I don't know. We'll make this one kinematic. So we've got collection 1 and collection 2. We can go to these collections and do collection exporters, right? So what this will do is create a new glTF file. And in this case, I'm going to use glTF again instead of GLB. And for the other one, I'm also going to set up a collection exporter. And this is going to be also glTF because we want to look at stuff. And for example, like I can export all collections now. That caused an issue. I don't know why that caused an issue. Wasn't paying attention to what I did. Oh, right. We don't have a blend file. I didn't save this. Let's name this glTF stream test or something. So if you have collection exporters, this // here is a special path for like the same directory that the blend file is in. Obviously, if you don't have a blend file, then that path doesn't go anywhere, and thus, where would it export to? So now we export all collections, it works. Because we saved the blend file, which is, you know, just something that you have to do sometimes. Save your work, don't forget. And now we've got collection 1. And we've got a scene in collection 1 with our Suzanne here, right? But we don't have the other one. We don't have the other mesh. And for collection 2, we've got a scene. And it's got this twisted torus in it. So now we are doing like multiple glTF export. We can now, let's say like these are 2 very heavyweight things. We don't want them to be imported at the same time. We've now put them in separate glTF files. Like maybe that's your player character. Maybe that's just like a unit. Maybe it's like whatever. And then you get to choose when to bring these in based on like maybe one works in one level and one works in a different level, right? Like maybe level 1 uses collection 1. And level 2 uses collection 2 and whatever, you know. So then you just come in here, you spawn the scene, and it is what it is. Like everything still works. Like the Skein data is still here, et cetera, et cetera. So TLDR, yes, it stores everything in glTF, but that is because that's kind of like the dominant way to get data from Blender to Bevy, right? Like if you have a scene inside of Blender, you probably are exporting to glTF and you're probably consuming glTF on the Blender side. That it occurs to me that maybe I don't have like a spawn glTF example in the introduction. I'm just kind of like assuming that people realize that this is a glTF. Like, hey, go spawn glTF. Maybe we should add one of those. Here's our Blenvy in progress Blenvy comparison. What are we going to name this? We're going to name this, I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be spawning glTF. I guess spawning with components. Right, spawning with components. This is going to be really funny. How to spawn glTF data with components. Spell things correctly so that people take us seriously. Let's see, spawning with components is going to be our open graph image. And then like literally the content of this is going to be, I think, just a link to this. Like I kind of want to just take this and go spawn glTF as usual, and then like link to this. Like there's no other. I'm probably gonna add some more like pros or whatever. But like this is literally what you need to do, right? And I'm just kind of like assuming that this is something that people know how to do, but I shouldn't make that assumption. Some people don't know how to deal with glTF. Where was I? I was saying something. While this has progressed so much, may you know what tech stack you use to build a website? Synog. Actually left a comment here. This is what I used. So it's Leptos with Bevy ECS as the data layer. I assume that most people don't know what Gatsby is, but it's like in a similar vein to like there's a data layer and then like the rendering layer. And in this case, the rendering layer and all of that infrastructure is managed through Leptos and islands. And it's rendered as a static site, and you get islands and WASM, and it's all really nice. I really like WASM sites. This Week in Bevy, also a WASM site. Loads extremely quickly. I'm very happy with it. Like, cannot say enough good things about my experience with Leptos. I don't think there's a lot of documentation on Synog right now. There is a demo app, and the docs site for Skein is in the docs branch. So if you really are into it, then you can go check it out. If you know Bevy, specifically the ECS, and you know Leptos, this will be understandable for you, although it'll be a little bit weird. So if you go into like the app and you go into like the pages, I think like the home page probably has a good example. So we've got all our meta tags, and we've got like a docs layout, and we've got whatever. And we've got this random function here that is like literally a Bevy ECS system that is looking for different kinds of data that was stored like in the ECS. So like the table of contents and like the title of the post and the current, like the HTML we processed and stuff like that. So like we have a leptos component that we're basically running ECS systems inside of as hooks to get the data that we want to render out the page, which is really fun. This is really fun. I think I'm a little bit behind on chat. Let me scroll up to make sure I didn't miss anything. Website looks nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you appreciate the things that I do. It always feels weird being like, yeah, thank you for thanking me. But yeah, I do appreciate when people are like, hey, I used your stuff. It was helpful. That really helps me out. It's amazing to see how it's improving. You mean Skein? Or Leptos or Bevy. Sorry you're new to this. Is Skein similar to Blenvy? Yeah, I was actually just writing that page. This is one of the most common questions I get. So I am writing a page right now that just kind of describes the differences. I don't know. It feels like a hard thing to do because I think most of the people asking don't currently use Blenvy. Like Kasu, do you currently use Blenvy in a project? Not to put you on the spot, you don't have to answer. But I feel like most of the people asking for a comparison of the two, like, don't have a project that they're using Blenvy in currently. Which means that this high-level comparison, so speaking to the audience that this high-level comparison needs to speak to, is people who aren't using either project right now. So I kind of like have to explain what Blenvy is to be able to compare Skein to it. Which makes this document kind of awkward in my mind. But yeah. Yeah, so like you don't use it. Most of the people asking don't use it. So I think for the people who are asking and don't currently use it, the most relevant piece of information is that like Blenvy has a 0.14 Bevy release and doesn't currently have a 0.15 release. And I don't know if somebody's going to update it to 0.16. The maintainer is kind of on hiatus right now. So like if I were starting a new project, I wouldn't use Blenvy personally because I don't know if it's going to get like a 0.16, 0.17, etc. release. Which, yeah, I've tried to not say that in the comparison, right? Like I've tried to do a feature comparison on the website. But yeah, part of the reason Skein exists is because Blenvy doesn't have a 0.15 release. So when doing the comparison, they have different design goals. So Skein's design goals are very much like minimal ability to be upgraded from Bevy to Bevy, like 0.16 to 0.17 is an important thought in my mind. Like, what am I going to be doing in 4 to 5 months? How is it going to be? Like, am I going to be able to spend the time to, you know, upgrade that? How much time am I going to have? And I do a lot of this thinking already with all of the content that I produce. So like the workshops for Bevy and things like that. Every workshop I do for Bevy requires some amount of maintenance from version to version, right? So 15 to 16, 16 to 17, 17 to 18, etc. When you think about how often the release cadence is, you're thinking like 3 to 4 months. So like probably closer to 4 months right now with the current release candidate process. So you're thinking like 3 to 4 releases a year. If we do worst case and say there's 4 releases this year, and it takes you 2 weeks to update all of the Bevy workshops, right? Which is, I think, reasonable for like some of the workshops could hit like 20 lessons each, right? So if you have like 4 workshops, 20 lessons each, now you're talking about like 80 lessons, 80 blog posts. You've got to rewrite 80 blog posts in 2 weeks. Now you start to see like how much effort that is and how much work it actually is. And you do that times 4 releases in the year. Now you're spending 2 months a year upgrading Bevy workshops, right? So this kind of thing is really sitting in the back of my head and very like a core piece of the Skein design. It has to be a maintainable like project for me. It has to be. So I've built it with that in mind, right? I built it with the idea that this has to be upgraded from version to version, which means that when you look at the actual code for Skein, the Rust code, that is, the core of Skein is this 20 lines of code. So lines 157 to 183 on like Skein source lib. And you'll notice that there's no other Rust files in here either. Right? Like this is the code that needs to get updated from 16 to 17, whenever 17 comes out. Which means that it's basically like, unless reflection breaks for some reason, unless like the APIs for reflection break, then everything's fine and the upgrade goes smoothly. So this kind of thing is really important to me. And you can see the difference in, I guess it won't show on the website, will it? They don't have like a lines of code counter, do they? Anyway, I know how much is in here. There's like 10,000 lines of Python. There's about 3,000 lines of Rust in Blenvy. So very, very, very different approaches to the problem, which is reflected also in the feature comparison as well. So Skein is very much like about inserting components in Blender and having a deep integration with Bevy and Blender, which means that on the Bevy side, there's no like extra API, right? You just .spawn with a glTF and it works. On the Blender side, that means you end up with like the ability to use drivers, right? Where's the docs? So like drivers work, and there's a whole page dedicated to like, how do you set up a driver and how do you like, based on the bounding box of a cube, how do you set up a cuboid collider so that when it scales, the component values update, right? We get this kind of thing, I don't want to say for free because it was a lot of effort to like make sure the Python was written in a specific way. But the thing we will get ostensibly for free is there's a number of different ways to do instances and like duplicated objects and library overrides and stuff. So collection instances, just to give a brief overview, collection instances are like, you have a collection, you hit, where's our Blender thing? So you have these collections, right? Maybe I go into my scene here and I'm like, oh, I wanted a collection instance all the way at the bottom there of, I think collection 1 was the monkey, right? So I want like a Suzanne here and I want a Suzanne here. I don't know, maybe this is like the beginning of the level or something. So you end up with like collection 1 and collection 1001, but notice that there's no way to reach into these hierarchies, right? There's no way to like really edit any data inside of this hierarchy. So for example, Suzanne has, you know, like a mesh and an object and then is wrapped in a collection. Collection instances are like I keep wanting to call them copies. They're not copies. They're literally instances, right? They are instances of the thing you already built. That said, there are ways to like duplicate things, right? So if I shift D here and I move this over, you get this duplicate objects window. Now, we covered this a little bit on stream in the last couple streams, but basically this can be linked or unlinked. If we duplicate it and it's unlinked, all of the data is like individual, right? It's a new copy of the thing. If we go in here and we modify this and I scale it up, the other one doesn't change. If I do Shift D on this one and I make it linked and we go to the mesh data and we scale it up, the mesh data is linked between them, right? So this is relevant because if you go into the object panel, there is like all of the copied component data here, right? Let's say we also wanted, I don't know, this is my game, right? So I can do, like maybe we want to make this the player for some reason. So we've got the player component on this one now. If we click on the other one, it's not there. If we click on the linked duplicate, it's also not there. So let's say maybe that's the player and these are targets, right? So I'll insert target onto the linked duplicate. If I go back to the original, it's still not there, right? So object data not linked. Object data is individual no matter what. If we go to the mesh data, right, and we insert target on like the original one, then the linked one, because this is the mesh data, gets a copy. Like it is the same thing. Like because we've inserted it on the linked data, that data is linked to both of them. It is not linked on the unlinked duplicate. Right? So that's at least 3 ways of like instancing stuff, duplicating and linking stuff, right? There's also library overrides. I guess let's save this. What do I do here? Let's mark this as an asset. Let's create a new one. Is the game still running? I don't even know. No, it isn't. We have to have 2 Blender files for this to work. That's why I'm creating a new one. So if we fetch the registry, this is just like a random new thing, and we link to the stream explanation blend file, which is the one we just saved. There's a bunch of stuff in here. I don't really want to like cover too much of it, but I'm going to pull in collection 1 because I know that's the I think I actually put all of them in that, right? So all of collection 1 is those 3. Let's get rid of this cube too. All of these are all of the monkeys. They all got put into that one collection. If we want to then override this, we can do a library override selected in content. And this turns into the hierarchy. So if we go into these now, these have, you know, sensor and rigid body on them and whatnot. And it's a little bit confusing as to how you're supposed to work with this data. But you can just like keep making overrides here and stuff. And eventually you get to the point where you can start changing these. So I can change this to dynamic and whatnot. Actually, this is the released version. So yeah, basically this locks you into, and I'm not sure if this is actually a restriction that needs to sit here, but it is a restriction that currently exists. It locks you into modifying data, but not necessarily adding additional components. So theoretically, we can add like a second like list of components that are, you know, addable here. We can tell whether this is like a linked duplicate or not a linked duplicate, a library override or whatever. We could have 2 lists here, one of like everything that is already on it and everything that you've added to it. There's solutions for this, but basically library overrides are like you take a thing from another blend file, you link it in, you can then get deep access to the hierarchy and you can change the data associated with that stuff, right? That's what a linked duplicate or library override is. So there's all those 4 things, right? There's also, to get to the point, library override, Blender, future. There's also the future of overrides. So because Skein is deeply integrated with Blender, yeah, like a prefab, I would say that what people probably mostly think of as prefabs are probably completely separate, like glTF files, right? Like you just get a collection, you put it into a scene, you spawn that scene. Like that's a prefab, right? There's no, I know people are going to reach for these instancing tools immediately. It's just like a natural, like reaching for these tools feels like the thing you should be doing. I don't know that it's actually the right move for a lot of what people actually want, right? Like if you create a collection and you actually want it to be the same everywhere, a collection instance works. If you create a hierarchy of objects and component data and whatever, and you want to start changing things inside of it, that's not an instance. And it's also not necessarily like a prefab either, right? There's also like use cases, right? Do you want a prefab inside of Blender? There's 4 different ways to link data together in Blender, right? That we just went over. Or do you just want something that you can like copy and place in Blender? Or do you want something that you can programmatically place, in which case collection exporter, you get a glTF file or whatever, you can spawn that in. Like put it in its own scene, and then it is its own thing, and you can use that anywhere. All of that said, I think people's individual workflows are, whatever they want them to be, and that's kind of a thing that I'm intending to support. So if you want to use any of it, feel free to use it. But dynamic overrides seem like the future of library overrides. And we should, as far as like, this isn't implemented yet. This is something they're doing in 2025. But because of the way that we have the data set up, and because of the way that we are like deeply integrated with these tools, if this ships this year, which it should, we should get this for free, right? Like Blender 4.6 will come out. It will have, dynamic overrides or whatever. And that should just work because we are like deeply integrated into the data block, like approach of Blender. Chris coding has become a Saturday afternoon tradition. Others from Sweden, what are you going for today? Let's see. You want to use Bevy to create websites too, and using Typist as the main writing language. I'm really waiting for Typist to have HTML export that is like stable and ready to go. And then I might also be doing that. I've been watching them with great anticipation for seeing if HTML export is going to make it. It seems like it is. I already saw somebody using Typist for a website, but it's like not full featured yet. That's you stuck with Bevy 14 and Lumina. Yeah. Lumina does look really good, by the way. I think that, I don't know. I partially think it looks good because I'm really I'm appreciative of radiance cascades and 2D global illumination, and I really like that you used it and it looks great. So obviously I love it, but yeah, I think it looks good regardless. So yeah, anyway, all of that to say that Skein is like deeply integrated into these tools. Like it relies on the tools to do the things the tools are supposed to do, right? If you're spawning stuff in Bevy, you're supposed to spawn things the same way that you do in Bevy. If you are working with abstractions on hierarchies of object data and meshes in Blender, Blender has a number of different ways to do that. And we don't try to build a 5th way, right? So to get back to the comparison, now that we know what Skein is. Blenvy does try to build those abstractions, right? It tries to introduce new concepts like blueprints and levels and helpers for animations, and they've got like a slightly custom spawning interface, right? Like if you spawn things in Blenvy, you're supposed to spawn like a blueprint, right? Which is their concept of a prefab, which is like for Skein, basically just a collection export, right? And you get this and you work with it. They also have additional features too, right? Like they have like a static versus dynamic object system that relates to the ability to save and load entire worlds. So there's like additional API points for like hiding things until they're ready because they have a custom method for loading glTF. Like if you spawn in a blueprint, then it loads basically like recursively on demand, so to speak. It's a very high level gloss over, but like, so like Blenvy controls the loading in that sense. Which if you work on the web can present an issue because it doesn't work the same way as like a glTF file would work in like a Bevy web project. There's some custom code to trigger more loading. They've got an export on save feature, like a additional add-on that runs these special exports for blueprints, levels, materials, and animations. One of the things that I have seen come up is that Blenvy kind of like purports to have like a material library that builds kind of on top of their blueprint system, so to speak. So when you export a scene, we looked at the data for glTF for Skein, so we can now look at the data for Blenvy and compare it. Blenvy's data is RON style, so it serializes to a RON string, whereas this would be like just a regular object of stuff. Skein uses JSON, or the JSON serialization of the reflection data. There's also additional like a custom cross-referenced like glTF abstraction, which is interesting. But like to the point, they try to build these additional abstractions to like cross-reference something else inside of the glTF file. The glTF then needs to be post-processed to support all of these things. They try to export materials to a bunch of different glTF files and build on top of this kind of thing as a result. All of the exports for Blenvy are done in like temporary scenes. So if you do a Blenvy export, it basically like dynamically creates a temporary Blender scene, puts a bunch of stuff into it, and then exports that scene. Which kind of like bypasses Blender's like regular exporter functionality, which means that I don't actually even know if Blenvy supports collection exporters in that sense. Yeah, and then like the material scene. So I've had a couple of people ask about like, oh, Blenvy like exports materials to a bunch of different like glTFs and whatever. What it does is construct like a minimal scene. I wonder if I still have the data around to show. I might have closed the... No, here it is. Somewhere in here. So pinkfabric.gltf, right? This is one of those exports. This is one a more complicated one of those exports because it was a something I exported after pulling it in via BlenderKit. So you can see a bunch of the like materials and like all the extras for BlenderKit live in here. All add-ons kind of just like store random stuff in extras. The asset data. This asset data actually has caused me issues in the past. Not all of it is UTF-8. Not looking for the Blender kit data though. Let's go for a simpler explanation. So this is like a wall material, right? 115 lines glTF file. It gets exported as this like underscore materials scene. So you can't actually export materials independently in glTF, right? You have to have a scene with an object that the material is attached to be able to export the material. So this is doing like a material library, right? But it's actually just exporting like a sphere with the material applied. If you want this functionality, then you can go into, you know, your stuff here, create, not a circle. Why would I create a circle? Create a UV sphere or something or whatever you want to have here, and then go into the materials and like apply a material. And then like if you put a collection exporter on this, you could have like a bunch of these, right? And then you have your entire material library in the same way that Blenvy is exporting it. But you also have full control over which materials go in here and which don't. And it's all in the UI, et cetera, et cetera. So Skein takes a very like Blender deep integration approach to this and expects you to set up like if you wanted a material collection and a bunch of exports, you would have to do the same thing that we just saw earlier with like Suzanne and apply the material and then look at it out later and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, it's split into multiple files, but you can turn it off if you want. One issue I have with this is if you create a material export and then delete it, it remains there. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Like building high level abstractions like this on top of things requires a lot of work up front. I wouldn't necessarily say Blenvy is like there yet. They definitely took like the heavy, like high abstraction approach, which may end up with a better user experience at the end of the day, but it also requires like a hell of a lot more work on all fronts, both upfront and maintenance cost. So, and that is kind of like shown in what you're saying there around, like if there are bugs in that custom material exporter, as a consumer of Blenvy, you don't really have a choice in how that works other than turning the entire feature off. Hey, letting you know I love your content. Please let the stream be public. All streams are public after they're over. They should all be on the channel. Just go to the streams or the live tab or whatnot. But I'm glad you're enjoying them. You've been having some issues getting material from Blender into Bevy. The material uses world space fragment position to infinitely tile some Kenny prototyping textures. But it doesn't render correctly in Blender. Oh, in Bevy. It doesn't render correctly in Bevy. Tiling doesn't happen at all. You might need to specify the sampler. There's let's see if I can find it. I'll just show you what it is. Assets. Obviously I don't have like a replication of what you're doing with Blender and whatnot, but I just want to expose you to the idea that where's branding, assets, shaders, textures. Maybe it was supposed to be assets, RPG, simple space. Oy. Can never remember where this one is. Crosshair pack, data, fonts, volumes, pixels, scenes. Branding. I think external is the meshlet stuff these days. fonts, light maps, models. There's a specific example that uses it. And I can't remember which example it is. It's one of the assets examples. Asset settings. We didn't get rid of it, did we? Asset settings, maybe? Yeah, this is good enough. So if you like are, for example, loading some random file, you can set up this image sampler. And if you go to, oh, that was main though, wasn't it? I guess we're on 16 RC2 now. Hopefully it's in image sampler. Okay, so in image sampler descriptor, there's like address modes and stuff. So if you expect a texture to be repeating when you access the UVs outside of the original 0 to 1, you need to set some of these image address modes and stuff. Obviously, like if you, yeah, like Xavier's saying, if you have custom code or custom nodes in Blender, and you're trying to export to glTF, that is a lossy process, and basically not all of the nodes exist. Is this the right one? No. 4.4 manual. Yeah, okay. So if you go to like this page, right? And you go down to materials, there's a whole bunch of cool stuff in here, but basically you're going to want to go to the materials section in Blender, and it's like, hey, certain things will get exported, right? If you have textures directly piped in, those get exported. If you have, you know, base color and metallic and roughness and all these other things, it will export. If you use custom nodes, it will not. And this data or this document explains like why that is. Some things in Blender require third-party, or like not third-party extensions, but like Chronos extensions in the glTF file. Like a bunch of this stuff, like Clear Coat, I think is one that Bevy specifically supports. But like also when you export lights, that goes into the lights punctual extension, and so on and so forth. But yeah, if you're using custom nodes, you have to be using only specific nodes. The principled BSDF works, piping textures in works, using factors works, and like multiply should work. Blender built in stuff for nodes like math. I think specific math nodes. So like here's factors, right? Images can be multiplied with a constant color or scalar. So that specifically calls out multiply, but it doesn't call out anything else. Right. So if you're doing like a lot of math, or if you're doing custom math, it might not. Right. If you're basically what you've done, if you did that, is you've encoded the way that the texture should repeat as custom math shader logic in Blender. And what you want to try to do is work your way backwards to have it be like a repeated texture with like UV sampling. But I would suggest that you go like read some of this stuff and whatnot, because there are things that will not work. Geometry.position. I don't know what geometry position is. Like world space position? I don't think world space position will work. Well, yeah, I like, cause like what is how would the world space position get translated, I guess, right? I can't think of like you can get the world space position in a Bevy shader, right? And you can do that separately in Blender, but there's no way that I can think of for that data to like connect through glTF, if that makes sense. Right? Like I doubt that that information is actually in your glTF file. Writing Bevy shaders. Actually, one of the things that we need to do for Skein is actually write some of these use cases, and that's one of the use cases. I use too many desktops. I can't get around the fact that I use too many desktops. That is just a fact of life. Interesting note. And you can do this without Skein too, right? I've got a video on my channel for glTF extras if you want to write them manually or whatever. So in this case, we've got a Skein component that uses the replace material example. So this is the module path. And the use debug material marker component, right? If I go into replace material, Skein related stuff, register type is actually a Bevy API, but we use the data, so you have to do it. Skein plugin added. This setup creates a debug material with an image that is constructed like on demand. Not on demand. It's the wrong way to phrase it. Like at startup, basically. So this UV debug texture takes a palette, creates an image, fills it, whatever. It's like got a width and height, you know? So we've like generated this image into Bevy's data. Insert that as a resource. And then we spawn that glTF file that we just looked at. And this debug material component is the relevant part. This has a component on add hook. And in this component on add hook, all we're doing is taking the debug material from that resource and we are inserting it onto the entity. So in this way, if you have a standard material inside of Blender, you export that to glTF, it comes into Bevy as a standard material. If it has this component on it, when that component gets added, we actually just replace that material with whatever we want. So I think this, I haven't updated this example recently, so I don't think I broke it, but it's possible that I did. Example, replace material. I think the Blender structure might be, yeah, okay, it works. So on add is the attribute macro, I think is 0.16. You could do the on add hook 0.15, but you would have to write it manually as like an impl, right? The derive macro is just, or the attribute macro that is part of the derive makes it easier, but you could still do it in 0.15. So this is replacing, or everything in this scene has that component on it. And when they get spawned in, they get replaced with this custom texture that we've built, this image. You'll notice that not all of them have the material on it. That's because not all of them have UVs. So a lot of things have UVs in Blender by default. Like the cube has UVs by default. The sphere, the UV sphere, the icosphere, these other things have UVs by default. I think even Suzanne has UVs by default. But I forget what the one on the left up there is. I think that's the custom rock or something. But like winding toruses don't have UVs specified. Gears don't have UVs specified. Up here we've got like this little infinity torus thing happening. That doesn't have UVs. If you insert a star, that doesn't have UVs. So even though everything is working there, it's important to note that if you don't have the right data set up, it won't work. But that's how to replace like a material with or without Skein. It's the same thing, which is kind of like, I really appreciate that. I don't know if anybody else does. I hope other people do. But if you have this component, or like you search for something in scene instance ready, you go down into the children, you find the right thing. All you have to do is insert the new material on it, and you can put anything you want onto any observer or whatever, or any entity. Yeah. I don't know. That was like an hour long. How does this compare to Blenvy answer? Hope it was useful. These are the design goals. I need to not change this. I guess like I've been framing it as like alignment instead of new APIs and new abstractions, but I think I prefer deep integration, the framing of deep integration better. So I'm going to change that. I feel like there's a key on my keyboard that's being pressed down somewhere. I don't see anything. Oh, is it the controller? Yeah, okay. That's really awkward. I'm just gonna disconnect that controller. I basically have the controller like like propped up on like the side of a camera over there. Which is kind of funny. Usually the key under the cat. Yeah. Yeah. Luckily no cat, but so yeah, we have the rotation is defined in Blender for these platforms, as is the movement of this other platform. The weird part, I think, is that oop, I just walked off. I think the weird part is that because we're using Avian and because we're using Bevy Tenua, these need to have rotational velocity to affect the player, and linear velocity on that other one But if we add linear velocity in and rotational velocity, then I think that so the way we currently have those implemented is like custom animation clips. So rotate 90x is probably the easier one. We get the platform ID, we build an animation clip, we add a rotation curve to it, we add it to the target, and then we create that animation graph, we create a player, we play the animation, and we insert it onto the component or onto the entity. I don't have a really good answer for like, because right now we're driving this via transform. And I don't have a really good answer for how to translate that into velocity and rotational velocity. In your head, it seems like all the cubes are moving except for the penultimate one that's fixed. Yeah. You can inject the amount of velocity you need to directly move the entity to the transform you want. Target position minus position over fixed delta time. Yeah, but isn't that like prone to being like inaccurate? Like I feel like there's a couple of ways that I can like work backwards to something that like animates the velocity instead. But I feel like I also shouldn't have to. You know? And maybe I just do have to, but that's fine. Let's see. Did I think of any use cases while we were doing that chat? Let's get rid of this. Platforms. You know what my problem is? I use these desktops as like spatial memory, and then I go and I full screen stuff. And when I full screen stuff, I get lost because it's in a different physical location. That's what's happening. Which is just kind of wild because it's like clearly like I've got a ton of desktops. I closed a bunch of them before stream too. There's 13 of them here. There's a bunch of full screen stuff over there that doesn't count as a number. This is like I reduced it before stream by like 10 at least. It's just really funny that like because I use them as like spatial memory, I get lost if I full screen them because they're in a different position and they get separated from the context. Okay, so I think this comparison for Blenvy is fine. People keep asking for it. I'm not convinced that the people asking for it are actually using Blenvy, so it feels a little bit weird to write this. And I haven't really identified the core audience for it, which is why I think it feels weird. Right? Like, I don't have a good idea in my head of who is reading this. Because people who are already using Blenvy will look at Skein, read the docs, and know how it's different, I guess. I don't know. The page is going up on the website regardless, so enough people have asked for it. And I'll never be happy with it, I don't think. I don't think I'll ever be happy with that page in terms of... It just feels awkward to talk about other projects, you know? Like I'm never... I think Skein is a good thing. And I think the best I can do is compare on a feature comparison. And I don't want to put things in the docs that are like negative at all, you know? Like I don't want to look like I'm talking bad about other projects at all, which feels like a really awkward line. Because like if I'm trying to say Skein is a good thing for these reasons, then I'm like implicitly saying other things aren't as good. I don't know. I think about this way too much. I know that other people don't think about it at all, but I care a lot about things like that. Okay, so this is for which place am I going to put the comparison to Blenvy? Got the introduction. I don't think it's the introduction. I think it might be a new category itself, like frequently asked questions. FAQ feels like a weird thing in general compared to Blenvy. Like I feel like there's not a lot of FAQ that doesn't fit other places. Let's get a Chrome window over here somewhere. Not thinking about it at all is the reason every doctor think I have Asperger's is not great either. Middle ground is probably best. Yeah. I don't know. When it comes down to it, I really care about how I exist in the context of everything else. Is really what it comes down to. I have now built a thing. There's a pre-existing thing that people are familiar with. I want to say that, hey, this thing that I've built is good and useful without saying this other thing is bad and not useful. And it's very easy to fall into like, while describing your thing as being like a good thing, implicitly saying other thing is bad. And I don't want to do that. And it makes me nervous to have the page here that is basically like, here's the approach Skein takes, and here's the approach Blenvy takes. Because also the maintainer of Blenvy isn't around to currently ask to like review it. You know, like if Cowsat was like around currently, I would probably have written this, sent it to them, been like, hey, is this an accurate representation of your project? So like, yeah. I think the comparison is nice for people who are new because it will help them decide what kind of workflow they want. Yeah, I mean, like, realistically, unless Blenvy gets a 0.16 release or somebody takes it over, it's not going to be a question, right? There is no 0.16 release of Blenvy that I'm aware of right now. Like, you're stuck on 0.14. So, like, how much do you want to trust somebody that isn't the maintainer of the project to maintain a fork? How many versions do you want to, like, trust them to maintain it for? Like, there's a 0.15 PR. Some people are using it, it's working for them. But you're basically, like, taking ownership over it at that point. I'm a huge fan of these really chonky links, though. I really love this. I don't know. Things like this really get me. There's something like simple joy in the idea of like multicolored list elements and chonky links. Something about that triggers the little dopamine release in the back of my head. Okay, so we need to do use cases. I think we've covered multiple collections. So these are collection exporters. The if you read this, you will understand what this can do for you. But this might not do a good job of describing the use case. So we may end up repeating ourselves a little bit. This is now in the FAQ section. So compared to Blenvy is something that we can construct for the open graph images. It's not the one I want to move. Good morning, Ryan. How are you? There we go. That's the one I want. I don't know why this is so slow. You had a missed streams for the past month or so. So cool to see how far the whole thing went. Yeah. Like, so you basically saw like the, hey, I'm going to start looking into this, and now it's done. Which is wild. You know what I probably should have done? I probably should have just hit the little eyeball. Why am I nudging this down via arrow keys? One of the skills that I'm thankful I picked up like 15, 20 years ago is how to use Photoshop. I now never need to learn how to use Photoshop again. What is this? Compared to Blenvy, right? I was like, hey, you streamed that. That's really funny. The last doc that said... I think you'll be okay. Photoshop UI never changed. They added a lot more stuff. You know what really bugs me? Is that this usually comes collapsed when I start new documents. I never want the layers to be collapsed. Let's get like a good screenshot of Blenvy if we can. I don't know. I don't know if there are that many screenshots in the repo. I guess this is like the logo, so to speak, for it. I know there's some pros for like a tutorial that was getting started at one point in the docs. I don't know that any of them are really like the screenshot that we would want to use to represent the projects. I think we'll live with the main one in the core. README. Drag our layer styles up, get rid of this other layer. Hide contextual black bar. Okay, quick export. Open graph. I think the tough part about the open graph images is that they all need to be PNG or JPEG or something. I've gotten so used to using AVIF for everything. And AVIF is absolutely wonderful. Like this brings down a 1.25 megabyte PNG to 13.7 kilobytes. Part of the reason the doc site is so fast. And if we go to JPEG, JPEG is 68. If we go to PNG, it's going to be like significantly higher. Yeah, 946 kilobytes. It's kind of wild how far we've come in terms of image formats. So open graph. Cool. What are you working on? We spent probably the first hour talking about Skein, and like comparing it to Blenvy and stuff like that. Right now, I feel like since we're on that track, since we started off that way, I want to start building out the use cases section inside of the docs. If you don't know what Skein is a like Bevy and Blender like workflow kind of tool. So take your components from Bevy, work with them in Blender, export them back to Bevy. That's the TLDR. So we spent some time talking about like the Blenvy comparison. So I added that to the docs. I have exporting materials to files in here under use cases. I don't know that I want it. The only reason it's there is because Blenvy offers the same feature. And I honestly don't know, like, why you would want to do this. If that makes sense. Like, I can't think of a use case for putting materials in separate glTF files. And part of the reason is because glTF is a self-contained format. Right? Like if you go to a glTF file, the glTF file contains everything that it needs to render everything in the glTF file. So by exporting materials to separate files, you're basically saying, okay, here is a separate glTF file with a separate copy of all the material stuff, in addition to the copies that you already have, that you are then going to use for what purpose. The build to level is kind of like my first usage kind of thing. I was thinking about doing like a marble track for that. Because then it's just like, hey, you have a sphere. It rolls down a marble track. You add some colliders. Maybe it's avian based or something. And then like it gets to the end and it goes through like the finish line. I don't know. We already have inserting components. And I don't think that the building a level does much more than like inserting components tells you. Inserting components already tells you how to put stuff on stuff. Right? There's a panel. Use it. Insert. Set data. Done. Do you need an entire level's worth of information? You should really use one of these crates. Your current workflow includes loading in each object as a separate glTF and adjusting coordinates manually to get things in the right place. It's quite painful. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of benefits to having like code. How do I frame this? Bevy does a really good job at making everything accessible to programmatic usage. Like a really good job. And that doesn't fulfill all of the use cases that people want to use it for. Right? So if you're building stuff, like placing things is a very visual kind of thing to do, right? It's very much like if you want to build a 3D world, you want to be placing things in 3D to do that. So it makes sense that like if you aren't doing something that's like programmatic generation, it would be painful to like try to manually place things using like code coordinates. Makes sense. I think the replace a Blender material doc is like a good one to have. We cover drivers already, so I'm not sure that syncing a cube size to an avian collider is worth any more than the like title. Replacing a Blender material is definitely like a use case. It's definitely something that people come up with all the time too. I do want this to be more interesting. The example that I showed earlier with the UV texture, like, is fine, right? Like this is fine. It shows like the functionality. It is not interesting in any way. Just guessing, tying repeat to set a camera transform at the start is really annoying to you. Oh, to like place a camera at the start of a level? Like that kind of thing? We need a Bevy editor. Yeah, people are working on the editor. I think that even, so I have thought about this too. Even with a Bevy editor, I think that the functionality that Skein provides inside of Blender is still going to be useful. And extending that, I don't know that like the blueprint abstraction in Blenvy is going to be useful. Right? Or not even a level, just a code example. Yeah. A lot of people use Bevy Inspector eGUI for that kind of thing. But Blender is a really good option. Let's see. There's a PR that I put up a while ago that might be time to pull in. This is a shield from the 0.10 demo. And it's something that I kind of like really like from a, this is not terribly hard, but also is visually nice, you know, perspective. I think it would be cool to use this as the material that we replace onto the thing rather than a UV texture. So this has, I think a 0.15 version is what we did here. So was only a few months ago. It's either 14 or 15. So it should be pretty usable from that perspective. It probably should be cleaned up a little bit. So I'll probably clean it up and put it somewhere else. How do I copy this? I don't want to copy this is the file name, right? I want the content. And then this is the actual force field file. You want to use Skein to add a breakable component to props in the scene. So if the player hits them, they break with physics. Would be very convenient. You don't know how yet, though. You don't know how to break them, or you don't know how to add a component. One of those two things I can help you with. It depends how you want them to break. I think you have to predefine breakpoints is the easiest way. You know? Like, have the rigid body on the parent, have predefined sub things, and then when something hits them, like, effectively take the rigid body off the parent and have it only on the sub pieces, and then they'll all just start falling. Like that kind of thing. Or like unparent them all. If you can make it work with predefined breakpoints, I think that is very valid. The question is, I think that I'm conflicted a little bit. There's going to be a bunch of pros here, but I don't love the idea of just having a bunch of .blend files in the repo. Or like a bunch of .bins, right? Like I don't like having a bunch of binary blobs in here. It's kind of necessary. But that means that I basically, like, I can't let anybody else touch it. Nobody is going to be able to PR updating this, like, blend file and or .bin stuff. Yeah, most games just swap in a broken object when you touch the non-broken one. Yeah, like that kind of thing. I think if you want to do actual breaking, that's a totally different thing. So then we have a replace material.rs, right? And we're probably just going to want a bunch of material stuff down here. Right, this is going to go up here. Force material doesn't exist yet. That's all fine. Oh, this must have been 0.14 because it's still using bundles. So we probably need to upgrade something, but that's fine. The other thing is the more we put in the Blender file, the less code there is, right? So we could put the camera in there. We could put the light in there. We can put like all these other things in there. The less code will show up, but also the bigger the blobs are going to be. So like, if we have the camera, do we put the depth prepass component on the camera? It's like an interesting question, right? Give me the force field material stuff though. This is prepass output, not what we want. Toggle prepass. We're not going to do any of that stuff. So this is actually going to be a pretty small thing, all things considered. Has bind group, shader ref. I don't think this has changed. So the thing then is going to be, we're going to want to remove mesh material 3D, standard material, right? And then when we insert, we're going to not use, should we keep the UV texture as like the ground plane or something? I feel like it still feels worth, but maybe not. Maybe having 2 replacements is too much. Right, because then we've got use debug material, and then this is not use debug material, but this is a different component. So we put debug material here. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Put debug materials stuff here. And then put force field down here. And we basically need this whole thing, so I'll just copy and paste it. I don't know. The use nomenclature feels a little weird. Right? It's going to call this material store, I guess. This will be material store. This will be debug, and this will be force field. I don't think this is a standard material extension. If I remember correctly, yeah, it's a custom material entirely. This is a struct and needs struct syntax. This feels weird. Why am I forgetting? Materials.add, that's a handle to a standard material, right? Like I just used the wrong identifier, right? God, Rust Analyzer feels really slow today. Actually has for the past couple weeks, if I'm being honest. Maybe that's just because I haven't rebooted my computer in 42 days. You're still devastated they went back on having systems not run at the resource to find it doesn't exist? Having systems not run at the resource to find it. You mean the argument of the params? Yeah. The flip back and forth from, what was it? 0.0 to 0.1, was it? For like single and stuff panicking was awkward. Then this is force field material. And this is .debug. And this is .force field. Force field needs to be constructed. I think force field doesn't have anything, so I think this is just going to be materials force field dot add like force field material, because there's no options on this. There could be, but there aren't. So let me get use debug and use force field. I think this is not what we had, so I'm gonna say use force field material. I'm also somewhat conscious that like whatever arbitrary choices I decide to make here are what people are just going to use, because everybody copy and paste, right? If there's an example and it says use force field material, the first thing somebody's going to do is replace this with use my thing material. So whatever decisions I make here are like what most people will use, which is always an interesting thought process. Okay, so we've got the debug material, which we're not adding to anything, so we'll just stick it in here. Right? Then we technically have a camera and the scene root. So let's do a new scene. I'm going to replace the material blend file, I think. I think this blend file is gone. I don't know if we should have blend files at all, but it also feels a little weird to have a blend file in the same like directory. Maybe we keep the same. Did I put that into PyTest cache? I did. Come on, VS Code, you can do it. Apparently you can't. Unfortunate. What are we going to name this file? I guess we name this like art. We align with Blenvy. And then we need Blender to be open. Blender is open. Let's drag it all the way over here. Let's do a new general blend file. Let's not save whatever we had there. I think the default for lights is pretty high. Your workflow is to use the material asset component as the component which gets cloned as a material asset. Use the material asset component as the component which gets cloned as a material asset. Asset component. Which gets cloned as a material asset. What is the material asset component? I think I don't understand what you mean by that. You're talking about like the effective component from the separate material GLB that Blenvy produced? I thought you weren't using the separated materials though. As in the asset and the component is the same struct. Yeah, but what do you mean by asset? Like Bevy asset? Or like this force field material is the struct that you want? Or that you were using as the component? I think that the we could do that. Trying to think of the drawback. If it's both the asset and the component. I think if it's both an asset and a component, then people new to this will potentially use it as a component and expect it to work as an asset. I think that's my concern. Right? If force field material is a component, and I, a person who theoretically does not know how Bevy works, comes to this example, right? And we've got debug material and force field material, not use force field material. Then we have to put this onto that. We're basically applying it as a component in Blender and then taking that component, removing it and creating it as a material in Bevy. And I think that is not what I want to do. Right? Because if you're doing that, then what you're doing is you have a component, right? That component needs to be removed, created as a handle, and then inserted. And that means that you are effectively recreating that material every time you spawn something in. Which in a small example is probably fine. I guess you could add hash and key the cached like versions of it by the values they have, or I guess the values they're instantiated with, right? Because you would need to. I feel like that gets complicated. I feel like it's one of those things that on its surface looks like a nice potential experience improvement, but actually causes problems. Right? And I'm not actually concerned about the complexity per se, like the caching of pre-created materials and stuff. I think what I'm actually concerned about, especially for this example, is a person who gets a force field material. If this implements component, right? That implies that it's supposed to be used as a component, which it is. But if you use it as a component directly, you're not going to get the material, and then they're going to get confused as to why it's labeled as being used as a component, but isn't applying as a material. I think that's my concern with this example doing that. Right? Like, I guess technically the on-add hook would be there no matter what. So if you did insert this regularly as a component, it would automatically replace itself with the material. But then that's also happening kind of behind the scenes, and a new user might not realize that's happening and try to keep reinserting that component on anything that like didn't have the material, for example, you know? I think I'm going to use you still need the hook no matter what. So I think I'm going to go with the pre-set up version. Because I think it makes it much more obvious that these are clones of handles that you pre-created, right? So if you want more versions of them, you just create more of them. Which is very straightforward, right? There was something else I was going to say that I kind of just lost. What was it? Yeah. So the other thing is I want to make it clear that there can be a separation, right? One of the things that people are going to probably not realize off the bat is that, yes, a component can get inserted. Yes, a component can get instantiated. Straightforward, right? But one of the things that I kept having to explain to people when I was using Blenvy is the idea that you can offer Blender a specific API that then instantiates a version of that component, right? So when you say that we're going to do this use debug material marker, right? Then what you're saying here is that the Blender API that I'm offering to people building levels is to put this marker onto a material and then everything will just work. And I can make this do whatever I want, right? If I decide that I want like different variations of a debug material, then I can have like UV checker or grid or, you know, world space, whatever. I think teaching this is interesting as well. The main benefit you got from the workflow was that you could just set the material inputs from Blender. Shouldn't you be able to do that anyway? Yeah, also generics to create systems to do the conversions. Yeah. I think that the level of complexity that arises from what feels very simple in that approach is something that I want to avoid here. And I think we both agree on that. But yeah, I also like, one of the things is I don't plan to have 50 materials. And I think teaching people to have 50 materials would also be weird, right? Like building something such that you can have 20 materials is kind of awkward, right? I don't know that you should have 50 shaders. Shrug. In any case, let's run this. This should not work anymore. Depends on the case. Use debugging material might need to contain the previous material that needs to be set back when removing the component. Yeah. I mean, there's a whole bunch of like use cases and what ifs, right? What I'm trying to show in the example here is that you can replace a material. If you want to be able to swap between different materials, that requires a slightly different approach, et cetera, et cetera. It could also be like you have a hook, like a component hook. That could be a component observer, but I don't need to show both of them. This is the code for the shader. Shader needs to live here. Let's do new folder shaders, new file force field .wiggle. Weasel is another thing that I'm really looking forward to. Yada, yada, yada. Cool, cool, cool. There's probably some cleanup work to do in this force field material code and whatnot, but I'm not terribly concerned about making it a perfect WGSL example as much as I am interested in showing the material being replaced. There's so many interesting things in the Rust ecosystem. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think one of the reasons that I really like and continue to use Rust is the like breadth of things that I can program in it. So it's not just like, you know, websites with WASM, backend APIs, like server driven rendering websites. It's games, and not just games on like my Mac, but games on like a Game Boy Advance, you know, like I think I have it here. Cargo run release. It's a Bevy game. Oh, you know what? I disconnected my controller. I wired everything up for the controller and then I disconnected it. It's Bevy running on a Game Boy Advance emulator. Anyway. I just really enjoy that. But not just like websites and game development and whatever, but also just like anything I want to do, I can do it with Rust. I can do embedded, I can do, you know, if I want to get into deep kernel networking, which I don't, I can do it in Rust. You know, if I want to do CLI tools that I distribute to other people, if I want to build like Python modules that I deploy and people can use from Python, I can do that. If I can deploy Rust powered JavaScript stuff. There's almost, it feels like nothing that Rust cannot let you do or enable you to do. Embedded systems are really cool. See if I can pick this up without breaking it. Got my little embedded project here. This is eventually going to be a, like, haptic is the wrong word. This is eventually going to be like a scroll wheel, like a big jog wheel that you can then press in and do some other stuff with. That should be able to also have some like electronic current feedback. So you get to build in resistance. Anyway, that's a long-term project for me. Eventually that'll become a video. I have to run the replace material, fetch the registry. I probably should just be screenshotting this, honestly. As we do it. I don't know what I want to build on it yet though, so. We have a cube. Let's get a plane in here. Let's get a UV sphere in here. That's what I used in the other example, right? That's too big. Make it like this size, maybe. And then on the material for this, you know, sometimes Blender just is slow, and I don't know why. This is going to be force field. I'm going to do use force field. And this is going to be debug. And I'm going to put use debug. And then the camera itself, haven't tried putting anything on a camera yet. Depth. Normal. I don't think we need motion vector. And then this, I think the defaults on the light, if I remember correctly, are like really low. So let's bump this up. Save this into Skein. Is this Skein assets? Skein assets. Let's go up a directory into art and do replace material.blend. And let's do an export here, including punctual lights and cameras. And we will drop this in assets, I guess. We're going to swap this to replace material.glb. Force feedback for other things than making controller vibrate. You'd also be great for racing games. Yeah, stuff like that would be cool. So you can see that the camera kind of like doesn't have the same vibe. Let's see, where is the example? Here we go. Let's get rid of this camera. Material store, yada yada. Let's make sure that the camera that is currently being rendered is the one I expect it to be, and it is. By the way, we're already done. The materials already got replaced. Camera. How do I set active? There we go. How do I zoom you out? Right, relative Z. No, relative Z would work. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a weirdness going on here. See, what is the material that cuboid sphere. They have significantly more, how do I frame this? They're significantly more, oh, also not shadow caster, not shadow receiver. I think that we want to put those on the material as well. Not shadow caster, not shadow receiver. Because those are kind of like things that, how do I frame this? Things that should be associated with the material itself. Anything applied to that should have that behavior. Okay, are we missing anything else? Point light. HDR true on the camera. How important do you think that is? Probably pretty important, right? Let's export without the camera for a second. And then this needs depth prepass and normal prepass. It also has bloom settings. I don't actually know if we can do bloom settings in here. I don't know if that's componentizable in like a serializable way. Actually don't even see it. Oh, bloom settings changed. It's got a, yeah, okay. Bloom settings is now bloom. Okay. It's kind of cool. We would have to reset all of these defaults. That's one of the things that we don't solve in Skein yet. And then, does this have HDR? What has HDR these days? It's the camera. Right? Order, viewport, active, computed target, HDR. Well, we definitely got the bloom. Bloom definitely exists now. I think that already looks better than just the UV stuff. HDR true, depth prepass. What did I forget? Alpha mode? Alpha mode add. Is there something on the mesh? No additional settings. Cull mode none. Thought add would do it. Just make sure there isn't some weird add thing going on. Yeah. Pretty sure we haven't changed the behavior of add. Pre-pass, shadow, depth, force field. Cuboid. This is our sphere. Sphere has not shadow caster, not shadow receiver. And then only has the material. And way more UVs. But nothing that I see that should be affecting it. Camera HDR, alpha mode add. I think that should just work. So maybe there's a bug. I know I have to do a git bisect for a different issue, actually. Where's that example? I have that up here somewhere. Space shooter, Bevy examples. Not rotating column, but this dissolve. This dissolve demo in 0.15 alpha discard is enough to cause that shadow to have holes in it. In 0.16 it's not, and I don't know why. So I have to do like a git bisect here to figure out what changed and when. There are a lot of rendering changes this cycle. So I wonder if there's just something off at the moment. Change to RC2 just in case. I don't think this should make much of a difference. But we are using the RC, so like it is. The reason it's an RC is because there could be bugs that people should discover. So it's possible that this could be a bug. Because I don't see anything that should be an issue. If Cargo ever wants to grab the lock on the build directory. I feel like Rust Analyzer and Cargo fight sometimes. Oh, speaking of Game Boy Advance stuff, the does actually run. The game I just showed actually does run on the Game Boy. The issue is that the Game Boy Advance doesn't have a backlit screen. So you may be able to say a small ship in there, but it's pretty awful when it comes to color reproduction. Yeah, I know. it's I tried to take a phone, like I put my phone on it and took a photo of it. Couldn't get it. I've got an IPS screen coming today. So I'm actually going to take the screen in this Game Boy and replace it with like a modern IPS screen. Because otherwise you just fundamentally like can't see anything. Right? I can't believe that I can believe, but I can't believe we used to play on these things that are like literally barely seeable, like barely viewable without direct sunlight, you know? No backlight. So there's something wrong with the transparency of the sphere, for sure. And I'm wondering if it's like, we don't do any pre-pass stuff, right? I mean, we do use pre-pass, like we use pre-pass depth and pre-pass, whatchamacallit? I'm wondering if there's something funky there. Is it rendering twice, once PBR and once custom shader? It shouldn't be. It might be. That might be it. Let's figure out. Let's do. I've done that before. Ever since we did the split for the material stuff, I've started doing that more and more. Did I not include the remove in the force field? I did not. Mesh material, 3D standard material. That is an important note, and one of the reasons that I wanted a second material there. Is LVGL the go-to library for embedded Rust and graphics? Never done any, just looking for examples. And Arduino C seemed to reference LVGL specifically for round displays. For round displays, I don't think that there's much of a difference. The oh man, what's it called? I think this is the crate that you want to look for. I don't know when you say graphics, I don't know exactly what you mean, but I think this is the crate you want. I think it's embedded graphics is the crate you want. I don't see any circular displays here, but I from what I know about circular displays, that's not actually like they're not actually circular, if that makes sense. But yeah, this is what I would look for. So question now. Reinserting debug material. Nope, force field. Feels weird that it's like completely gone now. We do get a UV texture if we do that. So good to know. We get effectively nothing for the force field, which feels wrong. I think cull mode none is the right thing to do here. Let's do a sanity check. On the blend mode. Feels awkward. Definitely was double rendering before. Let me add a thing to make sure that this is actually add systems, update, debug, fn debug, query for things that have mesh material 3D force field material. 1, 2, 3. For queuing query debug queue. So we should start off with nothing here and then get something very, very quickly. Yeah. So it's got it on it for sure. Let's do a log components. I'm just kind of, because we don't have Bevy Inspector eGUI or anything like that here, I'm just kind of doing a not found in scope. Did I run it before? Did I run it while it was saving? Weird. So let's do glTF material name, not Shadowcaster, not Shadow Receiver. All those components are coming from Skein, which is fine. We are not debugging Skein right now. Mesh 3D. Mesh material 3D with the force field material. What else could it be? The shader is not that complicated. Where is our shader? Where is our return value? Did the handle get dropped or something? No, because it's stored in a resource. This puzzles you. Before it had two materials and was rendered twice. Now it has one material and is not rendered. Why? No idea. I mean, it worked before, but not anymore. And the only thing was touched was the previous material. Yeah. Feels weird. Definitely feels weird. This is supposed to be 0, but just feels weird. You know? Like, what did I must have messed something up, or it's possible there's a bug, right? But what I should have done is done all of this in a 0.15 version. So let's do a Bevy new temp. Temp force field. Let's CP the assets in. Right. So assets has shaders, which has the force field. Going to drop this whole thing in, and we also want the glTF file. This is replace material, right? Replace material.gltf. GLB is actually the one we want. Cool. And then I think I want this to be called replace material. This is a 0.15 version of the same thing. I know my desktop is super messy, but this will at least validate that it's happening in both places, which is really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for validation that this is not a difference in behavior across versions. Because I did also see what could be an alpha related issue in that other example. The holes in the dissolve sphere are handled in the pre-pass, which is what should affect the shadow. So it feels weird that these would be the same bug, but feels worth checking before chasing ghosts in like 0.16's release candidate, making sure that it actually is occurring in both places. Of course, this is like a full fresh compile. I got to set up like a unified target directory on my system. I think that would help my general propensity for creating a bunch of new projects all the time. In the meantime, I know that this worked when I did the PR. This is what it should look like. And we saw effectively all the shader code working before. We were just double rendering with a standard material underneath it. Smooth step on pre-pass. None of this is an issue. I don't think the shader code is wrong at all. The yeah, the alpha mode should be working. Right? Here's our sphere. Add the material, transform, default stuff, mesh material. I don't think there's anything in default for the old material mesh bundle. It would be weird. Mesh material, transform visibility. Yeah. Point light, shadows enabled. HDR camera. Depth and normal pre-pass with bloom settings. Bloom settings definitely working. Cull mode definitely working. Yeah, I don't see anything actually here that would be that would cause an issue. The on-add hook, like we talked about earlier, does not actually have the same function signature in 0.15. I think it's got three arguments. Let's see, on-add. So mute world, deferred world. Entity is entity. And component ID is component ID. After we verify it in 0.15, wrong one, cargo run. Got to do it for both of them. Where's the other one? This here. Run. The plane is not rendering pre-pass. If you replace the plane with standard material, what would happen? Plain does have a standard material right now. It's just got a standard material with that texture. Okay, so this is not the behavior we would want. This is the 0.15. It looks like it's casting shadows. But it has not shadow receiver and not shadow caster on it. Also, if you delete messages, all I see is message retracted in the chat repeatedly. The sphere is not smooth. Do you think it's that? I mean, I don't think so, but we can definitely do that. Right. Like the sphere being smooth shouldn't have an effect on the rest of it. I guess the interesting stuff here then is differences in the defaults for the geometry between the two. Right, so let's do a sphere. Right, here's the sphere from the PR. And let's throw this in here. We have to update it, obviously. That's on add. We don't want it in on add. We want it in main. Where's main? Here's main. Okay, so here's our material mesh bundle. That goes away. This is mesh 3D. Just doing a sanity check that it is also broken outside of Blender now. Material mesh 3D. Is that it? Can never remember. Then transform, let's put it at like 5 off to the side, maybe. These have to come in. Material mesh 3D. Mesh material 3D? Mesh material 3D. Cannot for the life of me remember. Might be a UV issue. The UV spheres should come with UVs. So move this out of this. And then after we spawn it, we'll insert. We do need meshes here, though. I forget offhand what meshes is. So this is res dot force field. dot clone. And then theoretically, we have a 0.15 version of a Bevy spawn sphere. No, they're the same, which is good. Them being the same is good. Them being the same means there's something else going on. And actually, this potentially being like, this looks like the shadow casting and receiving is borked to me. Did I change the blend? No, I didn't. This is it opaque. I think this is the same thing. Or at least related to the issue that I was having in the other one. But that means it would be present in 0.15 too, which is weird. There we go. I need to change that. I forgot I hard-coded the 1 in there. And then let's get rid of that and make sure that this is alpha add. We found a bug. I don't know that we found a bug. I don't think we found a bug. This is the effect. So we've confirmed that it's working in 0.15. I think it depends on the order in which the objects are rendered, not the version. I don't think this is a transparency issue. I don't think that this is in any way a transparency issue in like the rendering of transparency or the application of transparency. So 0.15 works, right? The big thing that I need to remember to redo is I forgot that I changed this to a 1. So the question then is, get in here, make sure that this force field shader doesn't have that weird little 1 that I put in here. Make sure that I think this is confirming that it's a 0.16 issue. glTF. Replace.rs. This is add. Okay, cool. I think everything's good to run here. And we get nothing. What else did we need to change? Nothing, right? The only other thing to do is to spawn the second sphere. Material plugin. Everything's in the same order. Everything's done the same way, etc., etc. Let's comment this out, throw this in. Okay, I think this is a bug. I think this is a 0 to 16 bug. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty confident it's a 0 to 16 bug at this point. Same code both places. Don't think anything substantially changed in the way that this shader would be behaving. You think what's commented? The actual sphere? Yeah, you're right, it is. Thank you. Me announcing that it's a bug while just not running the code. Meshes here. Okay, not a bug. Thank you for noticing that. Not a bug. There's something different about the sphere that comes out of Blender. We just need to figure out what that is. And then document it. What is the difference between the good sphere and the bad sphere? Here's what I think is good sphere. Not shadow receiver, not shadow caster. Nothing substantially different. So it's got to be like the UV data and stuff. Right? This has UVs. So what could it be? The sphere in Blender is set to visible in the viewport, but not in the render. This isn't rendering, so it wouldn't matter. You tried double rendering and seeing what's different? Okay. We can do that. Force field. Just got to remember that I did that. So here's the double render. I'm going to minimize the other two things and whatnot because they aren't really relevant right now. You know what the interesting thing is though? It works in 0.15. I think that's the thing that gets me, right? Because like if we run this and then I bring back the 0.15 version, right? This is the same geometry. This is the same everything, actually, except for the sphere on the right, which I got rid of in the other example. Right? I guess the only difference between these is this isn't getting removed anymore. Oh, that's Chrome. That's not what I want. Visual Studio Code. I wish I could make these different colors. Remove, right? Here's remove. So I don't know. 0.15 definitely working. 0.16 definitely not working. But working on the spawned in version. So what could the problem be? Remember, these two are using the same GLB file, as far as I'm aware. I exported it again into the original location and then copied it into the new project, the 0.15. So if the geometry is the same, did the mesh get removed? I don't think so. I mean, so very open to things being suggested. But just to point out that the version with the standard material also applied is fully working. Right. Is there any hook on the mesh material 3D? What do you mean? Like, do you think there's a despawn hook that goes from mesh material 3D to the entity? There isn't, for sure. This is also, I guess, like this is removing a component, first of all. And there's no relationship for mesh material 3D. So any of the new despawn logic, I don't think would do it. Also, the other way to think about that is if we do the debug material, right? With removal, with the UV checker debug material. UV checker debug material works. So we've got a sphere with UVs in the right spot, and doing the right things. We know for a fact that this removal does not prevent this from being added. It doesn't do any weird, like, remove the mesh kind of thing. It doesn't do any of all of that stuff. So I think what I have here, is really strange. I am significantly happier with choosing to go with the approach for the shield bubble. I think the shield bubble just looks significantly nicer. So when this is shown in a demo, it's like, oh yeah, obviously if I wanted to do like a fancy shader for a shield bubble or something, this is how I could do it. Rather than just being like, here's the color blue, you know? So the question is then, I guess. What's different about the glTF processing? Right? And that I don't know the answer to. That I might have to think about. Because unrelated to the bug, IMO to make the shield effect look better. Do not use the UV with a 2D texture and switch to a procedural 3D texture. You mean use 3D noise? We could do that. I have a 3D noise implementation that I could use. I'll just make a note. Yeah, we could do that. I left myself a note in the shader to switch to 3D noise. I actually have 3D simplex noise already implemented, so it looks compressed on top. It looks like it's supposed to on top, right? Because if we looked at the UV stuff, the way the UVs are lined up, it goes into a point down the top. And we could modify that too. For example, if we inflated a cube, that would fix that. Right? It's this problem. This is the problem. The geometry comes to a point. So we have other options of spheres, right? Like this would produce a different behavior still using the UVs. I think if you really want it, the thing that they do for planets and stuff, I believe, is a inflated cube. I've done that code before. I have that sitting around somewhere. I don't know where that is, but I've written that code before. Yeah, anyway, multiple options. 3D noise is valid too. 3D noise might be the easiest way to do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the UV sphere got this problem. The icosphere has different problems. The inflated cube sphere, I think, for the most part, actually solves all of those problems. But it is, at the end of the day, just a demo. So I think 3D noise might be the better option anyway. We also don't need the complexity of like an inflated cube sphere. Could we debug from the shader somehow? Just make it render plain white and see if it ever renders or not. Don't think the shader is the issue, but we can definitely do that. Right? Like it's super easy for us to, what is it? Return vec for 1. Let's get rid of the 0.15 version. Right? I don't think this is a shader issue. I didn't think it was a shader issue before either, but you can see on the right-hand side now our cube is white, right? The shader logic is not where the issue is. And we've just proven that. But this also proves that. Right? Like it's working on that sphere. This sphere doesn't exist. For some reason. Why doesn't it exist? The world may never know. Along with how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. Stack it on the list of things people won't know. Normal prepass bloom. What is the... Feels like all alphas. Right, like there's just nothing here for any of the blend modes. You feel like it's not rendering at all. I know there was a bunch of changes to like internal rendering stuff this cycle that I am very aware of. Let me do opaque here. It is very clearly not an issue with, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, could it be an issue with the mesh and the material association getting cached? Which is why when we replace it with something that is effectively also a standard material, it works. Right? When this is debug, it works. But this is also a standard material, which I think would end up getting packed into the same place. And this is not. This is a completely different material, and the data would be somewhere else. So I wonder if this is actually it not being able to find the data because it has an ID somewhere that is looking in the wrong spot. Yeah, I could try to confirm that. You're right. Where's the sphere? Here's our sphere. I guess we could try the debug here, right? Because that's the standard material. And then Shouldn't that work? R hash quote. Why is that? Is that just... Oh, expected an actual string. I'm thinking it's a string syntax issue and it's a... This needs to be an actual string issue. That should work. I have that working here, right? Let me take a look at the GLB. Oh, Skein also needs to have that. Rust log equals Bevy or Bevy Skein, right? Trace? Is that the right thing to do? Yeah. Correctly getting the struct. Interesting. So that's off of one thing. Here we go. Key must be a string. This is why I put these logs in, because I write this manually sometimes for kicks, and I mess it up. That's super interesting, actually. I'm not going to be able to cheat this. Wait, where's the insertion? There's the insertion. There's no way that ordering could possibly matter, right? Inside of the function? Guess it does. I think we've confirmed it. I think we've confirmed that that is actually the issue. There's retained state, such that if you replace one material with another after it's been applied, then I don't think it's looking for the data in the right spot. I think that is actually the bug. Okay, well, I'm going to build a test case for that then. Because that is... Let's do Bevy new... I guess not Bevy new because we need, let's do Bevy new and then swap it out. What are we going to call this? We're going to call this Bevy 016 material replacement bug. We're going to reproduce this with the release candidate first. I'm going to get rid of these log levels. I don't like those log levels. I also don't think this version should be the version of the template. I think this version should be the version I'm going to use as a user. Okay. Default plugins run. Let's do that is not, I'm not trying to look up Baldur's Gate stuff at the moment. Shader material, right? This is just a shader material example. And then the shaders for that are going to be custom material.wgsl, which is going to be super basic. We want this to be as simple as possible, as related to other code as possible, right? No reason to have some kind of super custom setup when the code from the example material that everybody is familiar with will work just fine. Oh, actually, something just touched swap material and mesh bind groups. Oh, that's 2 years ago. That's not. There was a lot of bindless stuff that happened in this cycle. So I'm not terribly surprised to see something that would be theoretically like this. Assets, custom material, WGSL. Why is VS Code so slow? That is literally creating a file. Okay. I don't want the color multiplier stuff. I don't even want the texture sampler stuff. I want literally nothing in this. I want to return the color blue. Actually, what's the bug color? Is it red and blue? I think it's red and blue, right? Magenta. Okay, so let's do a cargo run. Let's change the name of our package and cargo run. That's an interesting bug. That's like not unexpected. You know what's really funny, actually, is that this demo specifically was denied for inclusion in the Bevy examples repo. And it is the example that would have caught this. That's really funny. I guess it might have needed more. The example as is wouldn't have caught this. So we don't need to do, I guess, anything fancy here, right? This is trying to add a regular material. So let's get the standard material in here. Standard material. Material. This is materials custom. And I think I want to run this on like on command, right? So I want to do this. I want to query for the entity that has a swap me component. And we're going to go entity, entity, which means for entity in query, entity.remove material mesh 3D. Material insert material mesh 3D new material, right? And then new material is going to be this. Standard material is going to be here. No suggestions. Thanks, Rust Analyzer. Is it base or base color? Base white. And then down here, let new material equals this. And I think that will be it. And we want to run swap material on input. So .add systems, update swap input .run. I really need to restart my computer. Run if on input. Why is this like, is it mesh material 3D? How many times can I make that mistake on stream before I actually remember? Doesn't have base. What is this called? Restart Rust Analyzer. Hope it tells me. Is it just color? Hey, my computer is really chugging today. I don't know why. I mean, it could be because I've had it up for 2 months without restarting, but base color. You said materials is not defined? Pretty sure it is, right? Oh, materials custom. There we go. Swap Me doesn't have, like it's not a component yet, so. Asset server. Commands. Anything else? Not really. What is this called? On input, on keybind, on on input just pressed. I feel like that should be on. Input just pressed, key code, space. Not found in this scope. I feel like common conditions or something that could be in the prelude. Okay, and then all the way down here, I need a semicolon on this. And new material needs a clone. It's funny how, like, when you start out writing Rust, the compiler will tell you when something needs to be a reference or cloned or whatever. And then, like, years down the line, all you need is a red squiggle. Like, I didn't even need to read the compiler output. I just saw a red squiggle and I know what that issue is, so I fixed it. Shaders, custom material.wgsl. Okay, so we have a cube. Custom material, I want nothing on this. Not even alpha mode, I don't think. We can add alpha mode back if it turns out to be part of the issue. And let's make sure that we have... Oh, you know what? It's not on anything. This needs to go onto that cube. And I made this a component because I want two cubes. One without and one with. Actually, I think I want 3 cubes. And I think that... what I want is... a standard material that will be swapped, and a custom material. So we end up with 3 cubes. The one on the left is the standard material. The one on the right is the material. Interesting. Very interesting. Is it only an issue in a hook? Right? On add, use force material, right? Let's get rid of that. Let's take this code and drop it in an observer. Yeah, previous test was only in a hook. Yes, definitely. Trigger for on add, use force field material, right? In this case, we're using world to do the resource and whatnot. But here we have access to the actual resource as a system param. So we will do mats.forcefield.clone. And then commands here is enough. We don't need world.commands. And this is going to be trigger.target, I believe, is the 0.16 idiom. It's entity in 0.15. Okay. Observer also didn't count. So let's do the same code that I just wrote in this example. Right? And that code is all the way at the bottom here, right? Swap material. So swap material, we're going to look for this tag. And we're going to do this logic. And we're going to need these, of which one of which we already have. And this is force field material. No, we don't need it because we already have it. And then swap material, we'll grab the same logic for executing on spacebar. So what I'm doing here is basically moving it down the chain. Hooks run basically instantly. Observers effectively also instantly. a space bar would run significantly more frames into the future. So what I'm trying to do here is test to see if it is. It's effectively a time-based latency issue. Like if you do it in a hook, it's too soon. If you do it in an observer, it's too soon. If you do it a couple frames later, it works. That is not how I want that to work. It's also very interesting that that is only present in 0.16, it seems. Okay, so at least we know we need to exploit that now. So it should be a bug. Yeah, I'm going to file this as a bug for sure. There's no reason, like, I don't think any reasonable user would have the expectation that something that is effectively unused should have an impact in that way. So I like, regardless, I do think this is a bug. We do need to showcase the actual bug. On add, use debug material. So this is basically what we need. So the question is, we probably need 5 cubes, right? We need standard material. We need material, and then we need standard material hook, standard material observer, standard material user input. So we need 5 examples. One, two, three. So 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4th one is going to be the manual. The 5th one let's get these a little bit closer together. I think 1.5 is probably fine. That shows 4 of them. Why does it show 4 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? -3, -1, 0, 1, 3. Standard materials on all of them. Did I not save it? I have not saved files before. This it is important for all you young programmers out there. Actually saving the file is required to see the results of the file. There we go. That shouldn't be a negative. Yeah, thank you. I just realized that before you sent it. There we go. So the spacebar currently inactive because swap me. These need to be swapped. And this needs to have swap me on it. So we should see the fourth cube light up when I hit the spacebar. You won't know that I hit the spacebar, but I do. So that works. And then we need two components here, right? We need one for the observer and one for the hook. Here's the hook. Pro tip, save your files. Yeah. I'm full of those. Follow the channel for more. This is when I throw the 30-second ad segment at you, right? If you like these pro tips, subscribe to the channel. Save your files, kids. I'm gonna laugh my own ass off. Custom material. I think we'll just create a new one in each of these. So materials custom is going to be an asset of this, right? So world dot resource mute assets dot add. And then this should be the new material. And this needs to have them remove, right? Mesh material, 3D, standard material. Your brain cannot press escape in Vim without automatically doing a WA. Yeah, I know. That's it's one of those things that just gets so hard coded into your hands. Okay, we're going to call this one on add hook material replacement. I think I'm just going to insert this. I think I'm just going to like throw this here. It's not exactly what we were doing, but I think it's close enough. Yeah, and there it goes. So we need to do the same thing for the observer. Today is how to submit a bug report to the Bevy repo in a practical introduction. What did I say? Use hooked material, use observed material, which doesn't exist and we'll have to create. And we'll have these things on it, but not hooks. And then we'll need not the asset server, but this and this. And this will be new material. And I have messed something up somewhere. Or maybe I haven't. And maybe Rust Analyzer is just really not happy with me. This is what I get for not making my sacrifices to the Rust Analyzer. That's what I didn't do. I didn't put the use observed material on the thing. We've completely lost formatting capabilities. Off topic, do you know of a good way to generate Rust code? You've thought of something that for Velist where a Rust function will get created for each typist function. Yeah, there's proc macro crates. So if you start searching for like how do people make proc macros, there's a bunch of crates that are like designed to let you write Rust code and parse it and whatever. I think if you are going to generate something, you could definitely just throw it in a build script, generate and include the file. Right? Like I don't know what the full extent of what you want to do is. But you can literally just like write it out Rust source to a file and include it. Would I ship that to people? Maybe not. But there's definitely like, not Sin. I can't remember the names of them. I try to avoid macros if you can't tell. Quote is one of them. Strum is not one of them that I was thinking of for that purpose. Strum is great though. Inventory was trying to get used for auto registration of Bevy components. LitRS, parse and inspect Rust literals. Like there's a bunch of tools here in this set of stuff that I would start looking into if that's what you are going to do. Here's an example. Quote, all of this turns it into the token stream, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I try to avoid it, but let's change the camera angle here. You can get away with just like having a build.rs file, throwing it into like a file in the build directory, and then doing like an include or something. Like all that kind of stuff works. Build.rs is probably the other thing that I would point you to look into. This week you had an issue with a macro and using multiple repeating options in the same macros, fixed by using multiple macros and using macros inside macros. It's macroception. Okay, so there's a reason we did the standard material on the left and the one we know would work on either end of it. And that's because I'm going to say this is a 5 cube scene. Notice how there are 2 missing cubes. And I'm going to commit this. Let's get rid of the fast build stuff. I don't really use that anyway. Make sure it still works. Yep. Cool. Okay, so question here is, does the issue still exist on main before we file it? Right? Don't want to file something only to find out that it got fixed yesterday. So we'll go Bevy, get equals HTTP, rev equals some hash. We'll go grab the hash from the Chrome window I thought I had open. There we go. Rev there. So cargo run. We aren't using any third-party crates, so it is that easy for us. This will do a full recompile because we replaced, you know, basically every crate that we were including. But it is what it is. My computer is slowing down a little bit, so hopefully by next stream I will cut down a bunch of these desktops and restart my computer. But that's not where we were at today. Why are we blocking? I think Rust Analyzer is really just like doing a number in here. I'm going to stop the Rust Analyzer server. Yeah. As soon as I stop the Rust Analyzer server, they stop competing. I think it's a little bit less obvious that that's happening because it doesn't show any progress anywhere. Especially in my minimal configuration. Like I don't have a lot of the extra side stuff. I wish I could get rid of this bar too. I want to get rid of this bar. I don't have any reason to have these buttons. It won't let me turn this off. There we go. Oh, I can get rid of them individually? Yes, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. See ya. See ya. Get rid of that too. Get rid of the drop down. I don't want the drop down either. I basically did that for everything in the VS Code. You're using Helix and you always just save the file again for Rust Analyzer to pause for a sec so the build can work. Yeah, it hasn't been, historically, it hasn't been bad enough for me to really notice or care. I think over the last week or two, something about it, I think fairly recently over the last month, I think something happened. I didn't look into it at all because I just figured somebody was really already working on it, and I don't work on Rust Analyzer, so I'm probably not going to be able to help that efficiently. But yeah, Rust Analyzer had like, I don't know, some performance issue or something. So I'm just assuming that next time I restart VS Code that it'll pull down a new Rust Analyzer and that issue will be fixed. See how we're now pulling from that Git revision? I'm looking forward to replacing the IPS screen on this Game Boy. Okay, so still exists on main. I'm going to take this opportunity to take 2 screenshots, one of this and one of this. I'm going to I guess keep the Git revision there. Oh, that's why my disk space is almost full. I don't know how to clear some disk space really quickly. Run it. You don't think it's a performance issue, it just needed to download a lot of dependencies and recompile them without code generation, or with code generation, which takes time if it's the whole project in dependencies? To some extent, yes. But I've been noticing the performance issue when like rebuilding the entire project wasn't a thing that it needed to do. Wow, I should have cleaned out the Skein directory a long time ago. 34 gigs. You can tell I do a lot of work in these and switch branches a lot because they grow. So commit with I need to copy this and create the new repo. Choose an owner. Get the origin. Push. This should have code in it now. It does. Let's go to GitHub. Do at least a cursory check to see if any. I don't think anybody else is doing this. Is like, if I had to guess, most people are not changing materials like this. Relevant system information. I don't think the system information is relevant, but It's not that we can't get it to build or run, so we don't need that. The adapter info, yeah, but I don't think this is like a specific thing. Let me dump this link at the bottom. Let me grab the adapter info. It's so easy to pull this stuff in that it doesn't make sense for me to leave it out of the bug report, even though I don't think it would be super useful. Oh, let's highlight that with Rust. Why not? Okay. I guess it doesn't matter what component it is, so this function is really the only thing that matters. When replacing standard materials with custom materials in an on-add observer or hook, the object turns invisible. Not true if you wait a few frames. Replacing a standard material with another standard material works as expected. Here's a repro repo where it renders 5 cubes. Oh, I guess if it's not clear, break this out into. I feel like these are the same thing for people who are like knowledgeable, if that makes sense. Did I just delete it? No, okay. Like what you did and what went wrong. Like I have experience in writing these kinds of reports. So like I'm starting with when doing this and then taking that step and then doing this happens. I expected that. And it's actually harder for me to separate that. You actually change materials like this, but using systems, not observers hooks, so no issues for you. Using systems, how far in the future? Like, is it like system with command spawn, system run exactly after that, and it works? Or is it system some Like, also, are you on 0.16? Are you using 0.16? Because this works in 0.15. Theories about what might be going wrong. Standard material applied on spawn. Three, four, five. Custom material applied on spawn. Three, four. Hook removes standard material and inserts custom material. Same thing for these. This is for, oh man. Would be nice if GitHub didn't automatically do that. Observer. On user spacebar press. Still in 0.15, system runs when receiving an event dedicated to this purpose. Yeah, 0.15 doesn't have the bug, which is what makes me feel like it is definitely a bug, or one of the things that makes me feel like it's definitely a bug. Where is the... Did I just grab the adapter info from the wrong project? I think it's the same adapter info, so it's fine, but... I got a Tamil. Okay, what you did when replacing standard materials with custom materials in the non-observer or hook, the object turns invisible. This is not true if you want a few frames, if you wait a few frames. Replacing a standard material with another standard material works as expected. Here's a repo where it renders 5 cubes. Objects don't render. In order from left to right, standard material applied on spawn, hook removes, hook observer removes, user spacebar, custom applied on spawn. There's a rendering issue. I guess I leave needs triage on it. Yeah, cool. So that's an issue. It's past 12 now, so that's it for stream for today. We'll be back for Monday's stream. Monday morning, PST, or PT, I guess. We're no longer in standard time. Probably like 8 a.m. PT is when the stream will happen. And thanks everyone for hanging out, and I will see you in the next one.